All right, let's do this. What's up, everybody? All right, give me a moment. I forgot to add a couple of widgets. But greetings, as I add said widgets. Welcome everybody to what is now day 2 of this crazy subathon insanity. I hope you are all having a great start to the weekend. And let me go ahead and edit the text really quick. So we're breaking at 4 p.m. And there are currently 37 hours remaining. I'll update that counter at the end. But we're putting in another 4 hours today. I hope you've all gotten some good sleep, some good rest. You are refreshed and recharged for today. And again, I hope your weekend is going well. I would like to have played some games today. However, the insanity of this week has meant that I gotta do some more work. Now, granted, the session is basically ready to go for tomorrow, but I would like the maps completed as well. I have tokens ready. It's just maps, so I will run with sketches if I have to, but I would rather not. So I have floor 1 sketched out and ready. Floor 2 is in progress, and floor 3 is black. Just popping to say happy birthday, friend. Yo, Nick. Hi, thanks for the happy birthday. Hope you're doing well, and hope your weekend is fantastic. Alright, so this is a lot of me just kind of figuring out if I'm putting tables in, if I'm putting shelving in. Am I putting in a couple of like desks in? Like, I know what's in the rooms more or less, but it's a lot of planning where things go, just kind of filling the space. So this is gonna be today. The fun part is gonna be when I am actually having to quickly put together all of the different assets. Put in another shelving unit here. Maybe a box. Perhaps a mop is completely leaning the wrong way, but you know what? It's fine. This is merely a sketch, so it's all good. Okay, so sketching that. So here, I'm also gonna do this so I know where my doors are. Clean this up a little bit. I may only make the first 2 floors. The goal is to have enough filled in the first 2 floors that it takes a bit, just to like cut down on my stress levels. Right now I'm still in the middle of trying to build kind of an asset library so I can quickly kind of piece these together. The hardest part is, I think, sketching out the room and figuring out what extra assets they need. Laying down like the floors and the walls is super fast. It's like, it's the individual asset pieces that I'm like, okay, I don't have a library for this yet. I'm hand making all of my assets, which is like, it's intensive. But a lot of like the freer resources for D&D and for Roll20 are fantasy geared. They aren't well geared to the environment I'm working in, so. I gotta make a lot of my own stuff. Which is fine. It means I can freely make things kind of look how I'm wanting them to. Excuse me. I just had pancakes, so like I woke up, ate, got ready for stream. That's pretty much what the process was. Lots of shelving. Lots of little shelving here. Actually, I'll open this up since this is just another hallway. I think the hardest part is going to be like creating all of the wiring, because like floor 1, look at all this. Look at all that wiring. That's all going to be hand done. It's going to be the same thing in floor 2. But it should look good. So I will be happy with that. Okay. It looks a lot simpler than the first floor, but honestly, I am happy with this. So, did I have a file for asset creation already, or do I actually? I should have one, because I was making a lot of individual assets earlier. Oh, I have to physically go into my, okay, I don't have this folder pinned. That's my fault. Pin to quick access, please. Thank you. Maps, textures. Okay, textures maker. So yeah. So a lot of like individual assets being created, and this is like the paper and books I made by hand, but a lot of this I'll use stuff from like textures.com, which if you don't know is a completely royalty-free texture site. It's usually used in the creation of 3D textures. So, you know, like stuff like wood or plants or, you know, to get good textures for texture sheets. But I have been using it recently more for asset creation for Dungeons and Dragons, which honestly, I mean, it works. It works pretty well. So that's what we're going to be doing. So we're going to start with the first floor here. And I'm mostly focused on what assets do I need. Because everything else, like, again, the floor I will do once I'm in Photoshop. Because I do everything, I do the actual map creation in Photoshop. Simply because it has the grid. I have to improvise the grid for Clip Studio, which is less fun. So I need shelving. Standing up shelving, I might add. So I'm going to go ahead and pop over to textures.com over here. And I'm going to search up some metal. I have to scroll past all the substance stuff though, so this is going to take me a second. Yeah, a lot of these substance textures are way too expensive for a free user like me, so gotta continue scrolling until I find something that works. This is a question of, will I find something I like? And the answer is yes, thankfully. I did find something I like. Okay. I should probably make a separate folder for, okay, so yeah. So it's going to open up in a new file. I'm going to go shelving. Cut that. Grab that. Actually, here's the one thing I should probably do. I'm going to copy this and paste this. So the weird thing is I need this in different sizes. So, however I build this, I need it to be editable to size. Okay, so let's do a couple of things here first of all. Delete these edges. Make it perfectly smooth. The next thing I want to do, double trim that. There we go. So I want to create a new folder, do that, and then select the corners. Okay, not you. That was bad. Oh, it's gonna move the whole thing, isn't it? Okay. Just need it a little bit bigger on this side. Okay. Now, these aren't hyper detailed. Mostly because I don't have the time for it. So it's like, it's doing something like this. Perhaps grabbing another texture. Expand. Clip it. Something like that. And then if I just turn off keep aspect ratio. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't look horrid. I'll go with that. I would like it to be slightly darker, though. Actually, maybe a slight bit more red. Let's give it a bit of a red, a bit more of a reddish tint to it. Okay, so now I'm gonna grab all of this, put it in a folder. I'm gonna copy the folder. Do that. I'm attempting something. This may not work. Yeah, let's do it like this. No, I don't. You can't tell what this is at all. Okay, forget it. I'll keep it simple. Okay, yep. No, I'm just gonna go with this. I'm gonna go with this. I'm actually gonna create a new folder here. And then export at 100%, please. Thank you. Okay, so that's shelving. I've already got desk assets, and I've already got cabinet assets, so I don't need either of those, which is nice. Though actually, could I alter some of the... Hang on a sec. So I have this desk asset. But there are a few things I would like to do. Just because I need to sell my setting a little bit. I need to rename some of this. I made a lot of this in a hurry. So... yeah. So multiply, I'm going to grab a different brush, something a bit rough. Oops. It's like, I'm gonna mess with these. I'm gonna mess with these books. I'm messing with these books. These are some messed up books. Let me look at Okay, what's the desk itself? Oh, I see. That's the shadow. Let's see if I can get a different brush out here. Oh, here we go. Just really mess this thing up. Okay, let me actually put all of these in a folder. And then I can do just a clipping layer here. Actually, here, let's do it like this. Hang on, let me grab this. That does not look good at all. Hang on. I know, I thought that was going to work better than it did. It absolutely did not. The grunge doesn't work either. Hang on. Nitty gritty too, perhaps? Just like, yeah, really try to go for that faded. There you go. All right. All right. Cool. Easily alterable desk asset. All right. This is going to be a tougher one. Let me see if I can get a reference. Oh, perfect. Gonna turn on the background for this one. Alright, let's do it. So let me get my pencil out. We get a ruler tool since there will be symmetry involved. And then, ooh, not nitty gritty. G-pen, please. Actually, here, let's do it with the line tool. That'll just be better. All right. So now I'm gonna round this out. We are making a chair. Okay. Make a mask. I'm gonna go back to textures.com, see what I can dig up for chair. Wow, that came up with nothing. Let's see. Well, I've got a fabric texture. I have to be careful which one I pick, though. Color can always be altered. Okay, that's weird, but it's gonna work actually. All right, you're all about to see what I grabbed here. I grabbed something a little bit on the bizarre side. Bam! This is what I've grabbed. Weird, right? But it's stretched, and if I trim the edges, this will actually work really well. Yes, I would like to cut the entire layer. So, and then I'm actually gonna close all of these really quick, in case I need them again. Okay. So, I'm gonna grab what I need from this, which is kind of this inner layer right in here. Delete the rest. And then I'm going to, yes, apply the transformation, and then apply this to it. Put this over the top. And what I can do is I can put this over here. So this needs to go in the chair layer, doesn't it? Clip this, hit multiply. And then just start putting in shadows. Actually, let me use my select tool as well. As I'm working, by the way, anybody have any big old plans for this fine weekend? I know the folks in the US just came out of a major holiday, so everyone might be partied out, but hopefully you're all having a good day. Okay, that's a pretty halfway decent share so far. I mean, you all know what my plans are. I'm gonna be sitting here all the whole time working on playing games and apparently making assets. By the way, tomorrow is absolutely a session of Echoes. That is going to continue as planned. Hue, saturation, and luminosity. So okay, it's already doing what it's supposed to be. So I want to up the saturation, adjust the hue. I want to make it a little bit more red. Where's my... I almost lost my tablet pen there for a sec. So let me just go... let me just go for the really dark... here. Like, really go for the selling of the shadow. And then I'm still gonna need the lines, but... Well, there you go. Fancy office chair. A bit worn, but it'll service me here. All right. Call that a cushy chair. Oh, I need a broken table, a tipped over chair, a tipped over... Oh, boy. Alright, give me a moment, actually. Hang on, I'm gonna open up I'm gonna open up Photoshop here. .4K by 4K. Okay, I actually haven't set up Photoshop for this, so give me a moment. Okay. Okay, perfect. There we go. So, yeah. We got Photoshop here. I'm going to use this to actually create the thing. So create a guide layout. You can see all these lines here. They'll snap to a nice grid, which will make this really, really cool. I'll turn this off for a second. So I'm going to go back to my sketch, actually. And for floor 1, I'm going to hit an export button. Export, single layer. See. Sure, I'll call the sketch file Fungin1. That seems appropriate. It's a fun dungeon. It's just a fun dungeon. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We're in the Fungin. Fun dungeon. That's it. It's fine. All right. Now that I'm having a I'm done. I swear. Done. Alright, cool. And the nice thing about this is because the file sizes are the same, it is an easy, nice and drop. Oh. Pff. Except for the part where the grid is off. I forgot to turn off the grid when I exported. I'll have to remember that for next time. For now, I'll just turn the opacity down. And I need to turn the Photoshop layer back on. So yeah. Alright. So. First things first. I need to craft a floor. Yep. Okay, that is the texture I want to go with. So we're going to do this. I'm going to reduce its size. Actually going to hit Control H here for a second. No, wait. I need the grid on. Oh, I forgot to lock the guides. Gosh darn it. Hang on. Now I gotta do something. I hate that they're not locked by default. New guide layout. Thank you. And then lock guides. Okay, so now I can't move them. Which is kind of important. I don't want to be able to move these. Okay, it fits perfectly into a 2x3. Which is perfect. Merge these layers together. I'm trying to make not, I guess, too obvious of a pattern here. But I think I might have to. Flip vertical. Yeah, just to make this work, I'm gonna have to do this. Okay, well, it makes it a bit obvious that it's a pattern, but It is what it is. It looks like it just put in big metal slabs, I guess, which, you know, it works. All right, so now I just could do a bunch of copy pasting. Easy copy pasta, no big deal. Within a moment, we'll have a very easy floor. Yep, boom. Merge down. Put this, I need to put this over the top, actually. Actually, you know, I'm gonna re-export this. Hang on, I'm gonna go re-export this really fast. Let me just turn off the grid and this. Let me go export, PNG. Let me just re-export this really quick because this is bugging me a little bit that I can't have this overlaid over the top. Textures, engine 1, there we go. Much better. That's just better. Okay, so it's a bit bigger than what I need. So I'll delete that. Now I need walls. Actually, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to duplicate. Flip it vertically. Do this. Set to a clipping mask. Reduce the opacity, and then I'm going to start masking things out. Turn this off. So how does that work for a wall? Turn this up a bit more, and then yeah, I think it'll be functional. Okay, turn the fungin back on. Wait, I need to go one more block down. One more block down. Okay. There's five more feet of office space, man. I should be doing this by masking, actually. Let me do the rest of this by masking. Otherwise, I may regret it later. So yeah, I kind of do this to leave evidence that, yeah, there's a wall there. There's an actual... There is an actual wall here. Doot. And then I'll create different tiles for doors. Doors will have a different tile from everything else because that'll just make an easy indication rather than having an open slot or like an open space. It's just easier to have a separate, slightly different texture. Sorry, trying to find my words today. I don't know what it is. I was so excited and so hyped yesterday. Now it's like, what are words? Words don't exist. You can take those words and you can shove it. You don't get to use the English language today. It doesn't exist for you. Alright, so the office spaces are carved out. Storage room is carved out. turn this off for a sec. I want to make sure this lines up properly. Let's select, turn this back on. Okay, I actually went too far, so I'm going to do this. There we go. And then this entire row actually can get deleted. No, I don't want it to go all the way to the edge. No going all the way to the edge. We're not going to the edge. Okay, so I'm gonna select the whole thing. And then do this. Genius! Oh, except for this. Okay, that's... What happened here? Oh, I got the top. I got the top part. Oof. Warning, no pixels are selected. No kidding! Alright, let me do this. There we go. Except for you. You can... Oop, nope, you can go away. Okay. Layout established, but now I'm going to do something else, which is a shadow layer. So I've already got kind of an airbrush set up. Oops, don't merge down. No, 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 don't merge down. I want a clipping mask. I think I need to up it, actually. Kind of way to just emphasize the walls. I could probably darken the floor a little bit. It is so bright. Then we up the wall. Give myself more room for that, and then I can make the shadows a bit less intense. Okay. So now I need my door. What am I going to do for said door? Let me grab another metal, I think. That's what I want to do. Give me a moment to find something. Start playing the Jeopardy theme because I'm trying to find something that'll actually work for me here. Okay, this will be fine. Okay. Gotta get it to the folder, and then... Okay, so I'm gonna actually rotate this clockwise. Please, yes, rasterize the thing. Set this on top. And then that's all we get. Oops, there we go. All right, there's our door. Actually, I do want to do a thing, which is create a clipping mask and just kind of darken it. So yeah, all right, now there's a door. Now we're gonna have a lot more doors. Let me label it as a door. Label this as the walls. It's important for me to name my layers, so actually let me create this in a folder. Rename door. I'm just gonna make this nice and clean. I didn't actually plan where the doors to everything were, so I'm kind of playing this by ear. Okay, and then I'm gonna need 2 more doors. I actually need another wall now that I think about it. Oops, there we go. Okay. There we go. And then the last door, I'm going to rotate. Oh geez, that sent the door in a... Where's the door? It's in one of these corners. Okay, here it is. And I'll make this a double door, because why not? All right, cool. That is more or less the floor. Actually, hang on. I'm gonna do a thing with that later, so. Because it was very cleanly labeled elevator shaft. Oh, did I make the hallway smaller than it was supposed to be? Technically, I did, but I'll work with it. I'll work with this. I'll work with this. It's fine. This is fine. All right, so let's start populating rooms here. Let's fill it with stuff. It's the fun part, you see. Gotta fill it with stuff. Yeah, that's a weird face to make. I don't know if I want to repeat that face. That's a face and a half, isn't it? No thanks. No thanks. No thanks. Okay. Let me pull out my assets. They are going to come up very, very large. Them being 4K and all. I don't even need the grid on for this. I'll adhere to sketches more than I'll adhere to the grid. Alright, and then... Okay, the shadows actually could be slightly more intense. Alright. The fungin's going well so far. Let's put in a desk. I'm gonna need to make more desks. That's a pretty big desk. With some pretty big books. I'm gonna make this a bit smaller. I don't want it to be quite that huge. That was it was pretty big. Put the chair under the desk. Put in a couple more. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. It's all coming together. This mishmash and this mold. This beautiful mold. I need to pull up, like... Okay, so I was thinking about this last night, actually. Where I was thinking about, you know, how do I get better as someone who streams? How could I be more engaging, more entertaining, you know, for all of you, for the people? And one of the things that kind of came to mind a little bit was actually move this chair over because the door is right there. I don't know how else to put this. I'm not very good at bullshitting. Just like if there's a topic that I'm not very familiar with, I don't know what to say a lot of the time. Right? I kind of clam up. It's like, all right, this is a thing. This is happening. This is cool. It's hard for me to just talk. And I need to work on that a fair amount, I would say. So the thought I had last night was like, all right, what if I looked up a random conversation generator? Just, what would happen? What would happen if I just had a completely random conversation generator, and whenever I needed a topic, just like, all right, it's time to BS. Just roll the dice, see what I get today. I think that would be kind of funny. Because then it's forcing me to say, all right, here's a topic you probably know very, very little about. Have at it, you crazy, crazy fool. I don't know how I would survive, but I would survive somehow. It would force me to do a lot of, I guess, improv talking, which, you know, is kind of the point. It's supposed to be keeping engaged, still speaking. Keeping the flow of the stream moving, you know? Do not let things stop. Okay, printer. Printer, you got something to say? You got the word going on. You got something to say over here. No? You were sure talkative here a moment ago. I feel like the texture on the floor is just, it's too much. Maybe I'm just crazy. Hang on, let me try something. Filter, no. Oh wait, no, it's over here in Photoshop. I forgot. Hue saturation. There's not really a saturation to lower. Can't really lower the darkness. Changing the hue doesn't do anything. Okay. Exposure, perhaps? Oh boy, that, yeah. Gamma correction. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll, okay, that is so much better. Yeah, that'll definitely do it. And then let me, yeah, I can do it all right. Let me actually release the clipping mask, see what that does. That does nothing. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely a lot better. Solves that issue I was having where it's like, this is a little bit, it's harder to see the important stuff. You're focused on, like, there is floor, and at the same level of detail, there are also objects. It's like, what do I look at? Is the floor that important? And the answer is no. The floor is not that important. That's weird to think about. Let me actually throw in, okay, so I need to throw in a token for size reference, I feel like. Because otherwise I'm going to go crazy. Let's see. I need a token. Let me just grab Regina. And then I'm going to move Regina up to the top. Okay, so that's the relative size of a token. So you can fit a token into a chair, which is good. Okay, so yeah. I feel much better about the scale. Now that I kind of have a token in here, it feels a bit better. Okay, so let's turn on Fungin again. My Fungin layer. All right, let me move some of my assets. Hang on. Into the new assets folder. I could also just hit the rotate 90 degrees clockwise button right over here and have that work amazingly better. There we go. Bam. There's another cabinet. Okay, but now I need a broken desk. Okay, well, the first thing is that there are a couple of these cushy cushy seats. Why? Words. Why are you hard? So there are a couple of these cushy seats that are in here. Make them a bit bigger. There we go. And then I will do a clipping mask. Darken them a bit. No, no, merge visible. That's not at all what I want. I don't know why it's giving me all these weird errors. No, we're fine. Okay, that's another seat. For the sake of time, I'm gonna just put in a third seat, not one knocked over. If I have time at the end, I will go back and add a seat that is knocked over. But for now, I will try for the broken desk though. So I'm gonna go back over to Clip Studio, disable the chair. Let's duplicate the desk folder. And then I'm going to remove all of the extra stuff. So all of this is gone. That's not there either. I'll leave that as it is. I'm actually going to put it into its own folder. Turn off the clipping mask, and then I'm going to duplicate that folder. Or actually, I don't think I even need to duplicate. So let me just try something here. Let me do this. Let me do this. Okay, so that's how that's going to work. I need a good brush for this. Let's try the roughy brush, sure. Okay, that's a good start. Actually, how's that? Okay, so... Okay, this is... It's a splatter brush, but oddly enough, it's working well for, like, just wood crack. Like, look at this. I love it when different brushes end up working well for different stuff. Like this. Oh, this is beautiful. Okay, so I'm going to now duplicate this layer. And then I'm going to turn off one side, and then I'm going to yoink, delete. Drag this over. Do this. Duplicate the texture. Set this above. I'm gonna do it like this. Yeah. You're not supposed to be here. Do that as well. Actually, hang on. I'm gonna do that. Okay. Oop, right. Wrong thing. All right. So, half of a broken desk. How's that? Actually, let me rotate this around. Kind of mess with the positioning a little bit so it doesn't look like I just cut and dragged it over. There was at least the slightest hint of reasonable effort put into this. So, export PNG. Desk. broken one. And now I'm going to do this to the other half. So I'm going to rotate it like I did before. Then delete. Yeetus deletus. Get rid of all that. Actually, wait. Not all of that. Actually, what I want to do is line it up on the bottom. Whoa, wrong layer, wrong layer, wrong layer, wrong layer. Everybody panic. Panic at the disco. Okay, no, cool. Okay, so that's done. And then I delete it at the top because that's significantly easier than what I was going to try and do. Hang on. What do you mean there's no object to transform? Okay, there we go. Export, single layer. Desk broken 2. Back to Photoshop. Just take this one step at a time. Okay, and then I probably could have gotten a little bit more aggressive with how I did this, to be honest. But it does appear to be a broken desk, so there you go. Actually, I do need to move it slightly. Alright, there we go. Broken desk. That should hopefully appear as such. Alright, and then let me go ahead and throw in... This is going to be the fun part about just having the asset library. I'm just going to be like, oh, this would make sense to have in there. Like, look in my asset folder. It's like, yeah, I can throw in a bunch of just like books in here and whatnot. And, you know, I'll just throw in a pile of books. You know, maybe do a clipping mask and bam. Maybe I do a saturation layer. And I kill the saturation. I adjust the hue a bit. Bam, done. Look at that. Look at how easy this is. Look, bam, got him. Put it into a folder. Label it books. I need to move my Fungit and Regina back to the top. Alright, bam. Office number 2 in the books. Why does art make me so... I feel like art makes me zen in a way, like, in a way that nothing else does. I can feel myself wanting to nod off and take a nap. Why do I do this to myself? Ah! Big freaking stretch. I need to wake myself up, gosh darn it. I don't know what it is about me and wanting to fall asleep apparently, but no, I don't need another cushy chair. Yeah, these are the chairs I want. What is this? What am I listening to right now? I was gonna set up a playlist, but I found out apparently I didn't have creator safe mode on for the app that I'm using. So my plan kind of got defunct. We're gonna ignore what happened in yesterday's VOD, but because you know that's not important. Okay, so I see. There is a lamp. I'm glad I labeled this because I would not have known that this was a lamp. It's like, what is that? That's a lamp. That was intended to be a lamp. That sounds like it would be this song sounds like it would come out of Spore somehow. I'm here for it. I'm absolutely here for it. Well, this one's a bit bigger. Okay. Not quite that big, though. We can narrow it a bit. There needs to be enough walking space for the person to actually, you know, if somebody was actually sitting here, they would want to be able to get out of their desk space without needing to squeeze. I feel like that would be a good goal. Because yeah, right now you'd probably have to squeeze. I like how Regina has become my test token for these kinds of things. It's like, yep. Yeah, we're squeezing. We're heckin' squeezing. It's gonna be a slim fit, but you know what though? We'll make it. It's fine. Okay, let me go back to my shadow layer here really quick. Gonna make everything feel like it somewhat fits at least. Okay, so now I need a bit more of a curved desk. So let's go ahead. I accidentally scrolled down in my mini feed on Streamlabs and I thought I went to the top. I was like, another raid. When did I miss this? No, it was Dizzy last night. Boy. Which, by the way, thank you everybody for your support yesterday. I know that was kind of the big day. I fully expect things to slow down from this point on, for the rest of the subathon. But like yesterday was special, and thank you all for that. You're all heckin' awesome. So I want you all to know that. Okay, so I'm going back to Photoshop real quick to double check the shape of the desk. Okay, it was down and to the left. So I can call this So let me make another copy. Name it Desk 2 Electric Boogaloo. Delete all of this. Delete all of this. That as well. And then I'm going to take all of this and I'm going to move it down. Hi, we can turn you off. Copy you. Rotate you over. Oh, I need to turn off, right, this isn't Photoshop. Give me a sec. Turn off keep aspect ratio. Expand you over this way. I think I want to shrink you down. Okay. Cool. And then I'm going to merge down. And then stinky old desk. Heckin' stinky old desk. All right, cool. Holy wow! Somebody passed me something like, why am I so tired? What the fudge? I woke up properly. I had a good breakfast. What is art is not supposed to put me to sleep? I would like a second opinion. I would like to rebel, please. Why is my sound alert playing? That's an excellent question. Why isn't your sound alert playing? It's playing now. I don't know what happened, but there it is. Also, bonk out. Hello, Typhon. Welcome. How are things? How is the weekend treating you so far? Let me turn on Photoshop. Only popping for a few. Gonna be doing yard work. Ah, yes. The glorious yard work. Hopefully it goes well for you, though. Hopefully you don't overheat. Bring water. I know it's not super hot in our area, but like still stay hydrated. Hydration heckin' important. Okay, I'll probably delete a section of the desk. I thought I heard my phone alarm. I have a thick head of dark hair. And? Drink water. Dark colors absorb heat. Drink water. No excuses. Freaking stay hydrated. It's important. It's good for you. All right, so let me go ahead and first of all, rasterize my layer. Second of all, delete this section right here. Luckily, the areas of working today are under tree shade. Okay, that's good. That'll help a bit. Okay, so we've got a desk. I need to move one of my chairs, though. Yeah, I need to move. I'm going to move you over. I'm going to move you over. I guess I better adjust my shadows. Have you ever heard of having these nuts? I'm sorry. No, I haven't heard of a game called Haven. I had to do that. I had to do that just in case that was actually a D's nuts joke. So I'm the one. I purposefully walk into it. But if this is an actual question, no, I haven't heard of it. Watch Typhon had just left. Typhon's just gone. These nuts joke absolutely ruined. Oh no, it's an actual game. Oh, I have heard of this once before. Typhon just he sent me a link in the DMs. Yeah. Somebody mentioned this before. You might have actually mentioned this before. Ow! I definitely think I want to see if I can. I kind of want to give this a shot. It looks pretty cool. Looks like there's some good story involved there. The reviews are very positive overall, it seems. So it's on sale right now. Yeah, I see that. So offer ends July 23rd. So I've got some time to think on it. But heck yeah. Okay, so now I need a table and a lamp. Honestly, for this, I know what I want to do for this, actually. Hang on, where's the desk? Okay, so I'm actually going to copy desk 3. Move it over here. Now follow the logic on this one. It's labeled a desk. It's been presented as such. But what if I just took this tool, inverted my selection, and bam, now it's a table? Genius. Let me flip it vertically, though. Bam! Freaking madman over here. Alright, now I just need to make a lamp. I may still come to you for help learning how to stream. Heck yeah. No, yeah. If you need any advice or something I can help with technical issues or whatever, I would be happy to lend my knowledge. 100%. Yeah, helping to learn to set up and such. Yeah, the first time setup, like getting everything working and functional can be just a pain. It can be such a pain. Getting everything ready and prepared like that, it's just blah, 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 blah. That's a whole thing and a half, to be honest. All right. Lamp. Nobody call any moth VTubers because we are making a lamp really fast. The goal is not to attract moth VTubers. However, if any happen to show up, I would be very surprised. Quite frankly, these are dead lamp. No, stop, Typhon. I'm not that cool. No, I'm not that cool. I'm not that cool. No, hold on a second. Nah, it's a dead lamp anyway, so we're not gonna be attracting anybody. Let me turn off the desk. And I'll go ahead and title this folder lamp. I don't know if textures.com is gonna have any lamp textures, but I can certainly try. Let me see what I can come up with. I still you draw the character card concept I sent you. We need to talk about that actually. Just like not me and you, Typhon, but like me and everybody in the chat in general. What am I drawing? We never decided that yesterday. It is gonna happen, but like what's getting drawn never got decided on. So I have an idea from Typhon, but like start throwing your ideas in the chat. I need to know. Okay, so, right. Textures.com. I'll just type in a keyword lamp. What could go wrong? I got some very interesting results, actually. Oh, this is actually... Ooh. Ooh, some of these are actually really interesting. I might actually have to use some of these. Ooh, some of these are really good. I was not expecting half of the... Like, I typed in lamp, and I got, like, a lot of the, like, those pool lamps that you have, like, in the sides of pools or something. I got a lot of those, and I'm like, ooh, these would be good for some other stuff. Oh, this is not what I was expecting to get. At all. Oh, these are good. Oh, I love a lot of these. None of this is what I'm looking for, by the way. Actually, wait a minute. I'm thinking too real world here. Hang on a second. No, you know what? I know what to do. I know what to do. I'm not thinking outside the box enough. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna create a polygonal shape. With 4 sides. Oops, dang it, hang on. I need to up my brush size significantly. Okay, cool. Please tell me something is playing, or it's just really quiet. Oh no, it was buffering. Okay, so let's expand the area by 40 pixels. Oh wait, no, I need to reduce it by 40 pixels. Shrink. Let's do it actually by 60 pixels. That wasn't a lot. But you know what? I'll take it. Okay, so we have this. Let me see what I've got in my textures folder. Okay, so watch. This is gonna get crazy. You ready for this? Grass texture. This isn't gonna work, is it? I don't think this is gonna work how I want it to. Hang on a moment. Correction layer. Hue and saturation. Make sure it's clipped first before I make any changes. Adjust my hue. Okay, no, that just looks dumb. You know, I tried. It was a worthy attempt, but that looks very silly. Actually, this will work better. This time to get dressed to work in the yard. All right, Typhon. Hey, take care. Be safe. And please hydrate for everything that is holy. And void, please hydrate. It is important. If I find out he hasn't been hydrating, I'm gonna bonk him. I'm gonna take all the bonks he gave me yesterday. I do not respond to the holy. Good. That was a test. You passed. By all things void, I swear to goodness. Alright. Oh, interesting. It's still applying the hue and saturation. Okay, so I'm actually going to rotate this as well. I'm also going to set this to multiply. Clipping mask. Oop, whoa, geez. Okay, not what I had in mind. I want straight lines here. I'm going to start just throwing in some lines. Not the most elaborate lamp in the world, or even the most high quality, but you know what? It's the intention here. All right, so now I need a base. Gonna fill that in. Take my wood texture. Apply the transformation, turn it into a clipping mask, set it to overlay. Turn my opacity down, rotate it slightly so it's just a little bit on the off side. Awesome. All right, now comes the fun part. Set it to rectangle, but I'm making a square. Just gonna set this to a yellowish gold. Actually, I need to make a new layer. Thank you. Set to a darker. Oh, I'm doing this in the same layer, aren't I? Yeah, no, don't do that. Okay. Gonna do a multiply now. And this is where we just start getting a little bit on the creative side. Ooh, oh, I love how this brush just does things like this. Oh, look at that. That's kind of cool in its own way. I don't think this prism is going to really work too well for me. Yeah, no, I don't want to do that. Grass brush does not help me. Glitch brush doesn't do exactly what I'd like. Okay, that's pretty neat. I'll keep that, actually. And then I will simple grunge a little bit. Oh, I gotta be careful with my glow layers. Actually, ink splatter might be good. Oh, that's got a very nice glow feeling to it. So I want to put it above this. Okay, and then I actually want to do a bit of an add glow here as well. All right, cool. And we now have a lamp. There we go. By the power of lamp, let there be light. All right, where is it? Because I know I just saved it. Boom. Lamp. Awesome. There you go. Actually, I think I want to add a paper pile into this as well. Hang on a second. Sorry, I had to smash a fly. Don't mind me. I had to go fly smashing there for a second. It's just like crawling up the wall right next to my monitor, and I'm like, oh, hell no. No, freaking void. No, not today. Not today. I'm gonna sit down, fly. All right, now we're putting the papers on a desk. A messy pile of papers. Okay, cool. So that takes care of the offices. Well, except for this one. So we got the 3 offices here. Let's do the one over here really fast. So I'm gonna just add... I'm just gonna bring in more assets here. Bring in another cushy sheet. Cushy sheet. Cushy seat. Speech! Why do you betray me in such a way? Speaking is hard. Let it be known to everybody out there that speaking super difficult. Anyone else have that issue where their tongue likes to just curl in on itself and just be like, you're not able to speak words. Speech is tough. It's okay. All right, let me go ahead and pull out another copy of that ancient desk. Normally I would, if I had more time, I would go back in Eclipse Studio. I would make other iterations with different books and whatnot. But I do need to have this finished by 4. So I'm really making efforts to try and go fast, because I know the biggest time sink is going to be this. This is going to be the biggest time sink, because I have to create a bunch of custom assets for it. And a lot of them are not going to be easy to make either, especially like the arms here. Those aren't going to be easy. So I need to be smart about my time. And thus, I must reuse assets. It's thinking like a game developer. You've only got so much time. Sometimes you just gotta reuse stuff. You'd like to be able to make custom everything, but you know what? Your time budget doesn't allow for it. It's a mood. Okay, this is gonna, if it is right now, I need to make it not impact the door. So I'm gonna make it a bit smaller. There we go. Oh wait, there are 2 of these. Wait, actually, I could just stretch this one. No, you know what? No, I will make 2. I will make 2. I will make 2. And squeeze. Okay. Is that seriously everything for this one? I don't buy it. That's looking empty. That's looking exceedingly empty. I'm going to put in a shelving unit. I'm going to put in a metal shelving unit just because. Just like, yeah, it's looking really empty along this side of the wall. It's, I don't like that. Make it a bit bigger. Maybe it's a bit of a cramped office. And then put one of these on that shelf because why not? Might as well occupy the shelf with something. There we go. All right. 4th office complete. Now, how am I going to address this? I'm going to reuse the metal shelving for pieces and give them a new coat of paint, a new color, as it were. I should probably resize it first. Photoshop doesn't like it when I just move things around and then resize it later. So that's pretty dang close to what I want. Is that on the wall? It is not at the wall, which is better than it being in the wall, I suppose. Okay, and then I'm going to give it a hue saturation, clipping mask, adjust the hue, saturation, make it a little bit darker. I know you can't see the hue saturation thing. Thanks, window capture. Yeah, I'll leave it at that size. That size isn't a problem. Yeah, that's not a problematic size in the slightest, actually. So we'll leave it at that. There's another one over here. Oh, right. Okay, so copy this. Yes. Also duplicate the hue saturation. Move that over here. Mask. There we go. Okay. And then size adjustments. A little bit there, a little bit there. Make it a little bit thinner. Can't tell because of the fungin layer. Yeah, no, it's not. That's not out the wall at all. Okay, there we go. 2 work tables. Okay. So I need a tileable conveyor belt. So what I don't want to do is create a single conveyor belt for this one specific instance. So I've noticed something. If I end up in a space that has, you know, conveyor belts, I like to be able to put them in different shapes and sizes, depending on the location. So I need something that'll work. So let's go back to the Clip Studio. Turn off the glorious thank you lamp. This is a glorious lamp, actually. I love what I've done with this. Aside from, like, the outer edge, the middle section itself, the actual light, I like what I did, but the outer section could use some work. But that's for another day. So let me type in belt. Conveyor? I'm having a moment. Hang on. I'm filtering through different textures, kind of thinking of, okay, what could I use? I typed in rubber. And I actually kind of like what I'm getting here. I'm getting a lot of tire stuff, which admittedly doesn't work as well. Ooh. Oh, okay. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, so something I learned in college that has pretty much serviced me very, very well is that you can always think outside of the box. Never be constrained to what something appears to be or you've been told something as. So, for example, this is a rubber texture. This is a laid out texture for rubber. But I could totally repurpose this into being conveyor belt texture. So I'm going to do that. It's not going to let me rotate it 90 degrees very easily, though. But that's okay. Alright, so now I'm going to grab a nice square section. What happens if I stretch it? Now this could be a mistake. This may not work, but let's try. That's not so bad. I can work with this. Let me do this. Alright, so now I'm going to go ahead, do a clipping mask, take a darker layer, maybe set to a slate blue. Too much color. Okay. And then I'm gonna move this so it's a little bit more even on the outer edges. Perfect. Here, let's do it like this. I'm gonna do this. Remove that. And then I want another. I'm gonna grab another one of my metal textures here because I'm gonna make some wheels. I'm gonna set that to be my mask. Turn on keep aspect ratio this time. Oh, that's what the problem is. Okay, there we go. I was wondering, it's like, why is it not showing up on the other end? But that does make sense. All right, so I'm gonna do that. Move the mask back down though. There we go. And then add glow. And then use the blur tool to kind of blur that out a bit. Belt wheels, name that in my folder. Ha ha ha. Then I should be able to just copy it and move it down. Oh, wait. Nope, hang on. I gotta re-enable the mask movement. Whoops. There we go. Oh, right, hang on. Whoops. Layer 1. Mask movements. Okay, there we go. Now it looks a little bit rough. It looks a bit worn. Actually, speaking of which, I don't know if this is going to work, but I'm going to try. Oh, it is going to work. Nice. Okay. So I'm going to go for a darkish reddish brown. And then the rough chalk. I'm going to go for a multiply. Gonna apply some wear and tear at least a little bit. It's like some of them are malfunctional. Nice. Doesn't have to be hyper detailed. Just has to, players just have to know what it means. Don't know where I was going with that. I can't sing. I'm sorry. I apologize for this. Just saving this really quick as a PNG. And it's back to Photoshop. Alright, I'm realizing that I'm running out of things to talk about. You know what? This is a good time to pull up that random topic generator. Hang on. This is a good time for this. Let me just do this really fast. Let me see how this works. Hang on. Let me Google this. Random topic generator. If you were a book, what would the title be? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's a question for the ages. My mind immediately went to like, all right, what is the craziest light novel title I could possibly think of? What is the most insane, crazy light novel title I could possibly go with? What the heck? Oh, wait, the hue saturation. It's supposed to go over here. Yeah, there we go. No, create clip mess, please. Because holy whoa. So, speaking of which though, what would my light novel title be? Oh boy. I feel like it would be something to the effect of, Silly Catboy. Or it's like, oh boy. This is hard. Why is this hard? This isn't supposed to be, wait a minute, why? This is, Let me move the conveyor belts up. I'm trying to think of what something that would fit, and I don't know why I'm coming up blank on this. This like ridiculous light novel title. I was turned into a cowboy VTuber and now I'm supposed to entertain the world. There you go. Just something obviously cash grabby, something silly, something you don't think is going to be that good, and then it surprises you halfway through by being wholesome and heartfelt. That's how this is gonna go. Oops, wait a minute. There we go. Okay. That's the conveyor belt. All right, looking good on that front. Big ol' stretch. Don't forget to stretch, everybody. This is a good time for it if you've been sitting for a while. Take a second. Stand up. Actually, I'm going to push my chair back for a second. Actually stand up, because that would be a good thing to do. There we go. All right, feeling better after that. Coming up with titles is hard though. It's like, how do you appropriately name something? I know it feels like Japan goes for stuff that's a bit more on the nose. But it's like on this end, it's shorter, sweeter, it's to the point. If it's a little bit creative, it'll, or not, like, I don't want to say it like that. If it's like, if they're trying to be more in-depth, they'll do something more metaphorical. Just like single or two-word titles. It's like, yeah, you got to think about those. That's interesting to think about. Just titles, how you want to name your story or franchise. That's all exercise and not just naming, but it also could be an exercise in, you know, marketing. How do you sell things? What is your audience expecting? There's a lot of factors to consider that you don't think about off the top of your head. It's like, yeah, I'm just gonna name my story something. It's like, all right, but why'd you name your story that? Okay, I have no idea what this is. I'm looking at this and like, what was this supposed to be? I think I know what I'm gonna do for it though. I'm gonna do a simple cabinet, and then I think it's gonna be time to make robot factory arms. I think the idea behind this is where the parts are stored, and then the arms kind of grab from the parts and then put it on the belt. But in this case, that means it's just a giant cabinet, and I can just use my cabinet texture that's already here. That's right, my door is farther back, so I can do something like this and be okay. Nice. All right. 2 hours in, and we're almost done with the first floor. Nice. Granted, it'll be easier, I think, as we go on to the second floor. Let me look at the second floor here really quick. It's like second floor. Yeah, floor 2 is more of the same as floor 1 for the most part. Once I've got a bunch of trinkets to throw on the shelves, that'll be when we're really golden. Maybe I'll throw a couple of lamps in there. Really like that lamp. It's a good lamp. Wait, that was a lit lamp. I made the lamp lit. I mean, I'm not gonna change it, but that means the moths. Oh no, the moths. They're you know, this is probably fine. All species of moth are welcome. Just don't start eating my clothes, and I will appreciate that. Okay, so now is the hard part. Robo arm. Okay, so let me turn off Photoshop here. So I'm actually going to go back to room 1 really quick. I'm going to grab my selection tool. I'm going to do this. Wait, what? Let's see. Go to my texture maker. Get this to fit. Get this outside of the belt. Turn the belt off. So we gotta effectively make something like this. I think I can do this with simple textures and simple geometry. I don't think I need to sweat too much. Okay, so let's do this in an orderly fashion. So let's just start with a base. Pull out a metal texture. Do this. Hit my layers. I'm falling into commentary again. All right, this is the conversation training arc. Is that what we can go with? This is the conversation training arc. Wait, is that not doing anything? Nothing changed. Why did nothing change? Hello? Okay, that's a little bit bizarre. Let me go ahead and pull out a rough chalk brush. Try and see if I can add a little bit to this. Make it a little bit, just a little bit on the different side. I'm gonna blend it together. Do something a little bit on the crazy side. Okay, here's a question for everybody. Favorite cuisine or type of food? Well, I've been asked this question before, and this is a hard one for me. Not in the sense of like I like so many things or I only like one thing. It's like it's scattered. I like a couple of things from different types of. There's not like one type of food that I like. It's like if I like something, it's like, yeah, this is great. I'll add this to my list. It's that kind of thing where it's like, yeah, this is pretty cool. This is pretty good. I eat a lot more of this, and then I do. But it's like, yeah, you can always get me with a good burger. I'll admit it. Tried many different types, to be honest. Like a lot of different local places. That's always interesting, you know. You work at a fast food place long enough, and then you really come to appreciate a nice, you know, freshly cooked burger. It's like, yeah, the restaurants are doing what they can to give that experience in their own store, but they can only do so much. When they're having to feed so many people and they're trying to feed people super fast, there's only so much they can do with that kind of business model. So, you know, they're trying at least. But, I mean, aside from that, I mean, oh my goodness, a good stir fry. Like, my family does a lot of stuff, has done a lot of stuff with stir fries in the past. Simply because they're easy to throw together, they're easy to store for leftovers. Because that was a big thing. Kind of for our family there was just a lot of leftovers in general. So stir fry was a good way to make something and then be able to have it for like 4 days afterward. And it would last us a while, which was excellent. And our family experimented a lot. It was like a lot of things that some people liked that other people didn't. There's a peanut chicken that everyone else seems to really enjoy, but for some reason I didn't. I don't know what it was. I guess it's just because I'm not a nut person. As evidenced by the can of peanuts that I still have up in my cabinet that I still have not consumed, even though I said I was going to. Sadness. But I'm always a fan of anything broccoli beef related. Just heckin' yes, sign me the fudge up. Put that on my plate. I will devour it in an instant. You better heckin' believe I will. I've actually made, I have attempted to make stuff like broccoli beef on my own, and I've had limited amounts of success. I'm not the greatest cook, admittedly. I don't cook as often as I should. I mean, I made my own pancakes today, which, you know, is kind of easy, but I don't give my biggest thing that I should improve on for like my own health and benefit is like letting myself the time, giving myself the budget, the time, and the energy to buy good ingredients, cook myself good food, and then just eat well, like learn recipes and eat well on a regular basis. I need to do that for myself. Force myself to cook. Yeah, it's going to be bad in the beginning, but like it should get better over time. But it's like anytime I want to do another attempt at a broccoli beef stir fry, I look at the price of meat these days and I go, maybe I'll just pass on that this time and do something else. And it's unfortunate because I don't want to. I guess I'm a bit stingy in that way, but like, I just don't want to put myself in a bad position just because it's like, oh yeah, haha, he. The boy wanted meat. Look at this fool. Now he's got no money, and it's like, That's one of the reasons why I've been able to, like, continue doing what I've been doing, and I don't know. I was always taught to be very, very, very cautious with my funds. Spend it smartly. I mean, you know, if you can have a little fun, that's fine, but don't go overboard. Make sure you're good. You're saving for the future, that kind of thing. But food is the one thing I shouldn't do that for. Like, I need to be eating better, and I know I need to be eating better. And I need to absolutely be making that happen, so. We'll see where things take me in the future, I guess. Oh, this is way too big. This line is way too big. Hang on. Okay, here we go. Expand 10? Yeah, that'll work. I mean, the few times I have cooked, it has been fun. I can absolutely say that. I have thoroughly enjoyed the process. It is its own science, and like mad respect to anybody who can, you know, cook really, really well. Definitely several members here that are close to me that can cook pretty well, and I enjoy eating their food. You know, if I go visit family, they can all cook really well. And yeah, I am late to the party and learning how to do so. But you know, all things in good time, I guess. All things in good time. I want these lines to be smaller, now that I think about it. It would be fun to like eventually host a pizza party, but then I'm the one cooking the pizza. That would be an experience right there. Oh, that would be a thrill. I don't think that's like a reasonable thing that's gonna happen anytime soon, but imagine. Ooh, I can just imagine that. It'd be beautiful. So let me do another. There we go. And then, oops, wait, I was not supposed to hit that button. No, not that button either. No, this doesn't, I don't think this works as well as I'm hoping it will. Okay, here we go. This is a bit better. Actually, just do it on the sides like this. There, yeah, that'll work. That'll work well. Oh, I don't want this to be done with a shine glow effect. Give me the G pen. Give me the G pen. Okay. And then I got one more piece to construct. Da, 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 da. Ah. I will say I did I wasn't super into cooking shows. There was a period at the end of last year, the start of this year, where I was watching a bunch. It was okay. I mean, it held my interest. I don't know. Maybe that's why. It holds my attention for a bit, I guess. I don't know. It's hard to describe. It's like, yep, this exists. Oh, jeez. Okay. Let me go ahead. I'm just gonna start painting the second arm here. Let me do it like this. There we go. And then pop in another one of these. Shift this. All right. There we go. This is my robo arm. It's a bit of a weird robo arm. Actually, wait a minute. Hang on. Can I do something weird with this? I'm wondering if I could do something weird with this. Hang on. I'm having a thought. I'm having a weird thought. Oh, this is interesting. I think I'm going to run with this. Okay, okay, okay. This is actually kind of cool. I definitely like this a bit more. Just got to give CSP a chance to catch up. Okay. The perspective on this will probably look weird as I rotate this around, but you know what? That's fine. That's probably fine. All right, back to Photoshop. Show me the arms. All right, well, let's see how well this is going to actually work. Yeah, as expected, it looks a little bit funky. Actually, it doesn't look all that bad. If I do this, it's a bit odd, but actually I need these to be above the belt, because you know that is how that would work. Top down's weird to work with. Anyone who's working with top-down perspective, they are mad geniuses. I'm still figuring it out. Mad scientists, a lot of them. Okay. We're looking pretty good so far. Heck yeah. Feels good. Oh, I'm feeling it. I just got that. I'm starting to get that second wind in where it's like, oh, it really is all coming together. All right. Now wires. Here's actually how I want to do this, I think. I'm going to do this in Photoshop. I'm going to have the layer be under both the belt. Actually, it's going to be like it's basically just above the floor. And then I'm going to go to my brush, turn up so it's solid. And then we're going to use nice red wires. I'll draw it all the way through and I'll clean it up afterward. So the reason I'm doing this is because there's no real way for me to create, I guess, a good texture for this, given that these are winding. So it really is just apply shading to it anyway. So might as well just make the wires per what I need. Alright. So let's do this. And then I'm going to finish drawing this one out. And then erase. 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 Some very thick wires. Why are they not under the floor? Who knows? It's not great design. Probably because they couldn't put it into the floor. For whatever reason, they couldn't put the wires in the floor. They could put them in the walls, but not through the floor. A question for the archaeologists, to be sure. Alright, so now, let me go ahead and get out my clipping mask. And then pull my brush back out, turn down the hardness, reduce the size a bit, and then... Should make it a little lighter than this. It's very, very dark. I'll probably reduce the brightness and saturation of the whole thing, of all the wires, but for now, this is the color I'm working with. And then I'll have to update the shadows again, of course. And then the last thing for this floor will be the elevator shaft. And we'll be good to go! It's looking good. I'm excited for tomorrow. Admittedly, I'm trying something new tomorrow where it's like I've realized for Dungeons & Dragons I'm too stiff. I haven't hard fallen into the trap, but I've a little bit fallen into the trap of trying to prepare for every eventuality that my players are going to come to. So I'm like, okay, I just need some general locations, the characters they're going to run into, or like, so the big characters they're going to run into, you know, and some items that will be in a location. Like some general setting stuff, but like what actually happens in terms of like plot, keep it loose, keep it flexible. Adapt it as things go. 'Cause I was watching a D&D show where the entire storyline, or the storyline of the current arc for their players was like, yeah, this is a 7-day race to stop a cursed castle from causing a lot of problems in the world. And it was super serious and super race against time-esque. And then it morphed into, from serious into a comedy bit where the players were making their own dungeons for foolish NPCs to run through. And I'm like, wow, this was a real tone shift. We were dealing with heavy backstory stuff and very spooky things into, yeah, this got very silly and cartoonish very quick. It was a very quick, it was a very, like, very rapid shift in tone, but it made sense for the group as well. I don't know, it's like, I'm not, like, looking for, like, anything like that, but it's, like, that level of flexibility I'd like to have. Be like, alright, this is how things are now. This is gonna be fun. Have at it. Let's have some fun. So we'll see, I'll see how Sunday goes. My roleplay is a bit weak still, so I think this is gonna help with that. The session may be a bit interesting. I'm gonna try and keep calm, keep the game going, but yeah, my acting is probably my weakest trait as a dungeon master. So, but all things in good time, I think. You know, it takes practice. All I can do is my best. And as long as my players are having fun and you are all having fun watching, that's what matters at the end of the day. Because everybody's having a good time. As long as everyone's having a good time, I'm doing my job. And I cannot complain about that. Alright, clipping mask. I'm actually going to do this. Darken things a little bit, but I'm going to keep the heavy wiring. Heck yeah, we're looking good so far. Okay, so now let me go to my textures. Now comes the interesting bit. Rotate clockwise. Oh, now it's gonna work. Last time I did this... Oh, no, it's still not doing what I want it to, which is I used to be able to grab these buttons over here and then slide things like that, but now I can't, which is a little bit on the annoying side. But I will make it work. Okay. So now, oh, is that just gonna fit perfectly? Heck yes! I love it when everything comes together like this. Okay, this one I think I'm gonna have to edit a little bit. Okay, this is fine. Wow, that actually that worked really well. The music, however, is not. Next! Next! Go next, please! Uh-oh. I don't think I'm going to be able to alter that. No, I'm not going to be able to alter that. That's fine. Okay, I can improvise this. Hang on. This is fine. Oh, yep, that would be my phone going off. It's the alarm to check the mail. It's probably fine. I'll check it before I leave today, so... And then floor, I'm actually going to go to clipping mask. There we go. I want to turn that one up, actually. Yeah, there we go. Is it not fully sealed? No, it is fully sealed. It's just that how the texture's fitting. Oh. Okay, there we go. And that is almost floor one. The rope. Oh, okay. Almost done. Almost done. I thought I was like, yeah, I'm done. This feels great. Wait, nope. One last piece. Almost that close. That close. That close. Almost. Wait, what? I want the circle tool. Okay, and then polygonal line tool. Oops. Okay, use that to get the perspective in. Okay, I need solid brush stroke for this. Then just doot. Okay, gummy hit clipping mask. All right. So let me go ahead. Remove Regina because she has no reason to be as part of the map itself. And ta-da! I'm jazz handsing, by the way. Pull up the jazz hands. All right, let me go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and set the rest of the map to a nice solid black. This is the map itself is the only important piece. I'm going to save as. Then I'm naming this okay. All right, cool. I thought this turned out well. This is turning out good so far. Oh wait, I gotta make a bunch of knickknacks and doodads, don't I? Well, let's do that really quickly. Let me turn off. Actually, let me take a break. Where's my? Yeah, hang on. Let me. I'm gonna pull up the BRB water screen. I'm gonna get some water. I'm gonna get a snack. I will be right back in like 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. And then we're going to make some doodads. Love y'all. You're the best. You're all seriously super cool. Alright, did I say 5 minutes? I meant like 30 seconds. 1 banana and a glass of water later. I'm back. Hello, everyone. Let me go ahead and slide back into your DMs. Also get apparently very big. Alright, turn that off. So. Any various doodads and knickknacks that will work. So I'm actually going to look at Photoshop here for 2 seconds. So I have books and papers for like various items I can scatter about. Those are the first two that come to mind. I have a sphere. Now I need some other stuff. So, I have a couple of ideas. So I'm going to turn off the robo arm. Okay. Let's grab a shape. No, I don't need a ruler. I need a shape. Polygons. Alright. Grab one of these. Oh, I'm just trying to pull out a rectangle frame. Not what I had in mind. No, that didn't line up correctly. Hang on, I gotta get really in here. Close. I got so close. Okay, there we go. And then I'm gonna go ahead, do that. Filter, expand. 4 pixels should be enough. Yes, it is. Great. So this is just gonna be me creating a bunch of random crystal-related stuff for the most part. Maybe a couple of metal bits and pieces. I'm really just kind of creating stuff. That's the best way to describe it. I'm creating stuff. So yeah, that'll be fun. So, which means we have time for another random conversational topic. Oh yeah, actually I have one of my own. I don't need to dig for a topic. I have one. Strawberries. What the fudge is up with those? And I don't mean that in a bad way, because I love strawberries. But holy wow, their shelf life is terrible. You buy them from the store, and if you don't use them within 24 hours, you've lost half the box. It's insane. It's crazy. I'm like, but I bought these 2 days ago. Why are half of them suddenly bad? It's like, well, you dingus. You waited 2 days. That's where you went wrong. It's crazy. Like, I wish they didn't go bad so fast. Because they're heckin' delicious. I love them. I use them for pancakes. Put them on my pancakes. It's great. I also just, I would love to snack on strawberries more, but I mean, for one, they're not inexpensive. So it's not like I can just every 2 days buy a thing of strawberries from the store. So it's kind of a rare occasion sort of thing, but when I do have them, they are nice to have. I absolutely cannot deny that I enjoy having a strawberry or two. Like, on the rare once every other month occasion or something. I just wish they had they just didn't go bad quite so fast. Maybe there's a better way to preserve them, but if there is, I haven't figured it out yet. So right now I'm just, it's, you know, eat them, consume them before they're, before they go bad. And that's the best I can do. But I mean, hey, they're delicious. So, you know, sacrifices will be made. Compromises will be made. Strawberries will be enjoyed. Alright, let me just export that. None of these are in the folder. None of these layers are in the folder? Rude. Rude, I say. Okay, let's see. What is your... Okay, well, apparently we're still on the food topic. What is your least favorite food? I could not tell you. I mean, my default answer is peanuts, I guess. I don't know. I've tried to eat them. It's just like a healthy snacking alternative, and I got through one can okay. That did fine. I got to a second can, and I got about 3/4 of the way through it, and I'm like, dang, this is kind of just... I'm not enjoying this as much as I once did. And I got to my third can, which is still up there, and I'm like, all right, no, I can't do this anymore. I can't snack on peanuts. It's just, it's not working for me. I don't enjoy this. I'm not enjoying this at all. Which is a shame. Because gosh darn it, while I was enjoying them, they were good. It was delicious. It was a great alternative as to me trying to, you know, appease a sweet tooth that I can't seem to get rid of. But I have since found other alternatives that work a little bit better. Grapes being a big one, I think. Those I don't get tired of. I try to keep it limited because they're also not an inexpensive thing to buy, but it works. It also is just, you know, eat more at regular intervals, and that just works a lot better too. But in terms of least favorite food is tough. Because it's hard to say without having tried everything. I don't want to say like, yeah, I hate things I haven't had before. I don't know. It's like, I don't think I've had something that I've particularly gone absolutely not to. Even if I have, I've completely forgotten about it. I'm trying to think of like anything that I've gone, maybe I'll just pass on this. But nothing comes to mind other than the peanuts thing. I mean, the peanuts thing definitely comes to mind. I've been getting more into seafood lately. Like that used to be a big thing. Like I wasn't a huge seafood person. But that's gotten better recently. When I was young, I don't know. Okay, I'm embarrassed to say this now, but when I was young, I could not stand rice. You know, don't ask me why, don't ask me how. But when I was young, rice was the enemy of my existence. If you put rice in front of me, I would nope out of that so fast. You could not get me to touch rice with a 25,000 foot pole when I was younger. I'm so glad that's not the case now, because like rice is amazing. It's like you can attribute it to one bad experience I had growing up with rice, and then I just didn't touch rice for like 15 years, and it was an embarrassing tragedy. But such is life. Ah, it's okay though. Your taste buds evolve as you grow and get older, so. As is the case with mine. Okay, so I've got 2 of these things. I think I'm going to make 1 more. Where's... Okay, that's what I was looking for. Sure, let's go for a 10-sided shape. Let's make this fun. Oh, except I want it to be of the correct color. Okay, so I have no idea how this is gonna go, but let's see. Start drawing lines across, get this to work. Hey, perfect. Let's go. That actually worked out really well. I'm proud of that. 10-sided pizza, anyone? Okay, now I feel bad actually. So I had a thought. I initially was gonna I was gonna do the legendary question of pineapple on pizza, and I'm like, no, I really shouldn't do that. I have started so many food related arguments, most of them by accident. I'll be in a room with 2 other people, and a conversation will die down, and I'll ask a food related question, and I don't know how, because I will be learning about these people, whoever I'm with. And they're both on opposite sides of whatever stance of the question I've asked. And it just turns into a heated argument. And I just go, I am so sorry. What have I done? It's not intentional. I'm really not looking to start an argument. It's whenever I ask these questions, it follows me. And I'm like, I've learned to stop asking those kinds of food related questions because I don't want to start an argument. It's like, least favorite food? Sure. That's usually okay. Favorite foods or preferred foods? That's usually a safe question. You pour the milk or the cereal first is an absolute no-no. Somebody will come in with a rogue, crazy answer of, yeah, I use a fork. And then all heck breaks loose. And I'm just like, I am so sorry. What have I done? This wasn't supposed to happen. So I've banned myself from those kinds of food-related questions at this point because I cannot be trusted to provide a safe, pleasant environment where those kinds of questions are present at any given table. It just ends badly, and I'm so sorry to anybody who's been caught in the middle of that. I have never wanted to drag anybody into that kind of fight or battle. It's never my intention. Okay. Cool. 3 of these things. I'm actually gonna go back to Photoshop and start adding some of these little little old doodads to some places. Actually, both of these wouldn't be in here. These would be, I think, fairly empty. I'm gonna grab some papers here. What? Papers, please. Just like scatter them out on the floor. And then I'll put an extra arm in here because why not? Can I fit? Can I technically fit an arm in this room? Yeah, if I put it like way in the back over here. And I'll save some of the others for the other rooms. I don't think I'm gonna get the second floor done. I'm starting to think I'm not gonna get the second floor done, but you know what? We're doing our best. We're doing our heckin' best. All right, let's see. That seems a little bit heavy. What weird or useless talent do you have? Oh. Oh boy. Weird and or useless talent. Okay. I have to think about this one. Every strength I try to lean into at some point. So it's like useless. I don't think there's ever a useless talent. Like, in my mind, I don't believe that there is a talent out there that is, you know, considered useless in any given way. But a weird talent? I mean, I guess I can roll my tongue. Can we use that count? Can I say that? I feel like that counts. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much like that's the weird slash, you know, not very helpful one that I've kind of got. I mean, I dislike the fact that I can't raise one eyebrow because I have a lot of moments where I want to raise one eyebrow at somebody and go, "Are you serious?" But I can't raise one. I can only raise both, and I try and do it, and I look weird. Granted, I still put on a face that gives the same effect, but it's like, it's not the face that I'm going for, and I'm just like, "Aw, man." So it's unfortunate. I need to create a toggleable setting for like when I ready my next model. I need to have a toggle for a one eyebrow raise. It's like, really? Is this happening right now? Why are you doing this to me, chat? 100%. 100% I need that. Alright, let me prep the floor 2 map really quick. Let me get that exported. That's like, I don't know, weird talents. I mean, I used to be pretty good at puns. And then I took like a year-long break and I lost the art. And then I met Firehawk. And then I'm just like, okay, wow, my wordsmithing needs to, I need to level up my wordsmithing. Okay, so let me go ahead and get everything grouped together in a single layer. Turn it off. And then I'm going to go ahead and grab the second floor. Okay, so one thing I will do really quick is I'm actually going to make a quick edit. So that's the actual size of the elevator. It is smaller. So I do need to keep that in mind. Alright, but now floor 2. Actually, I should be able to just copy floor 1. At least like the floor part, I should be able to just copy that. So that's a time saver right there. Not that this is a speed run or anything, but okay. So I'm gonna name this 2. Put all of these in there. I'm actually gonna grab. Oh, I forgot to grab the exposure too. Hang on, let me grab the exposure for this really fast. Because yeah, otherwise the floor is gonna be too bright, and I don't want that. Clipping mask, please. Thank you. Alright, and then delete the layer mask. Oh, this is gonna be pain. I forgot because I didn't mask everything out the first time. Ah, this is fine. I can just stretch the texture to be a bit bigger. And then I'm actually gonna do... Oh, wait, no, this is on a circle. I want a square. Circle, peg, square, hole. That does not work in this case. Go back. Go back. Okay. So. Here we go. So the one last thing I need to grab really quick is you. Clipping mask that. Okay, so I'm actually gonna go all the way over to here. Dang it, I need to do this. Fudge. Create a mask. Invert the mask first. And then I guess I better start with the outer wall. Oh wait, I'm silly. Hang on. Hey, there's a so much easier way to do this. And then just do this. Okay, cool. We got some basic walls so far. Now just to create the rest of them. Pretty sure from here all the way down is going to be a wall. And there's a wall right here. Also one right here. Here, at least the wall layout for this particular room is a bit on the simple side. That is a very thick wall. Hang on, that is. You can almost call that wall an attempt at a dummy thick wall, and I don't think we need any. We don't need any walls that are that thick. Not today. Actually, wait a minute. That wall doesn't go all the way down like that. Now that I think about it. Get rid of that. The wall for this one is actually right here. Wall. Wall. Build. Nope, not finishing that sentence, actually. Nope, I'm not gonna. Actually, I realized where I was going with that. Nope, I'm gonna stop myself right there. It's nope. Anyway, next conversation topic. Where do you spend most of your free time? Well, gee, I wonder what the answer to that one's gonna be. Oh man, hi, I'm Katsuo Twintail. I tend to be a workaholic. I spend most of my time at my desk doing things like creating art for various projects. All right. Floor layout established. I feel like this is not as... Hang on. Oh, no, don't. Merge visible. Okay. Did I accidentally have a couple of... No, there's a couple of... Oh, that's right, this layer. So yeah, we can delete the layer 16. That can go away now. Our walls are established. We're good. The elevator shaft is in place. Everything's fine. It's is all good, Chief. I'm wearing out my voice. Oh my goodness. Big old stretch. I'm gonna need to get some more water here real fast. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna lead with that. Give me 2 seconds really quick. I'm gonna put up the BRB water. I'm gonna get some more water. I need to hydrate super badly. I'm making a really big effort to try and talk a lot today, so it's my voice is just disappearing super fast. You know, I kind of understood before why everybody who gave a TED Talk always had like this bottle of water, or any speaker had bottles of water with them. Now, like, now I really get it. Now I really get it. Now it just makes a whole heck of a lot of sense. Okay, so we have our walls in place. I actually don't have any crates. Interestingly enough, I need to make a crate asset. All right, but let's put in what we do have first. That way it'll be easy to identify what we don't have in a minute. So first of all, this piece of metal shelving. Flip. No, we don't want to flip. We want to rotate. This is underneath the wall, which I guess could be a good thing. Better than over the wall, so I'll leave it like that. Okay, so I've got shelving in here. I need to put in desk space, so we're gonna put in another quote unquote shelving, and then I'm gonna recolor it. Make a nice good old table here. We're gonna table the problem for later. Teehee. I'm so sorry, that was a terrible joke. Oh man. Who in your life brings you the most joy? This question wants me to pick one person? That's not fair. I can't answer that question. Not like this. All of the people in my life bring me joy. Well, all the people I hold close anyway. I mean, there's certainly the rare exception, but I feel like most people in my life help bring me joy. Just like knowing people and having the people around me, it brightens my day. And yes, that means all of you here. You all brighten my day. You gosh darn well know it. You know you do. And if you don't know that you do, well, now you know. I appreciate all of you. Y'all bring me joy. You can't change that. Having you all here is seriously a fantastic joy. I'm tripping over my words. I'm happy you're all here, and I really do hope that you're all having a good time. I know it's just me kind of making Roll20 maps. This isn't, you know, the hyper action rolling montage from yesterday that it kind of was. Lots of, you know, Super Animal Royale and League and Jackbox, where it was like a lot of laughter, a lot of crazy moments back to back. Today's a bit more chill, but out of necessity, I suppose. We'll be back to the hype stuff, you know, starting tomorrow with D&D and then whatnot, probably Monday. I'll probably stream for a couple hours tonight when I get home, I think. Depending on what time we get out, I might have some time to play, do something fun. Not sure what I'm gonna do. I think it's a bit too late to do Among Us. Gather. Yeah, I don't want to put out the call at 1 in the morning. It's like, hey, who wants to play Among Us? And it's like, no, I'm not gonna do that. But mine might be up. We might do some ranked in League, or maybe I'll do something else. I'm not sure. I need to look at my Steam library. Like, what would be good to play? Let me just open that real fast. Take 2 seconds here. I mean, I still have to do my second playthrough of Blue Reflection, but I don't think I want. I don't know if everyone's gonna be up for that. This is the thing. I'm kind of lacking for games recently. Like, there isn't a lot of stuff in my inventory that I haven't played, or that's grabbing my attention. Be like, yeah, I want to play this right now. I guess it's why I've been working a lot on like actual work and art, is because my games library is kind of a barren desert at the moment. There's not a lot I really want to play, and in a way I kind of want to keep it like that. Because if I find something I fall in love with, it happened with Blue Reflection, right? I just kept playing it. I wanted to see what was gonna happen. That's just who I am. If I fall in love with a game, especially like a single player story driven RPG or something, I keep going. I don't stop. I don't want to stop. I wanna keep playing. I wanna keep going. I wanna enjoy what has been created in front of me, and I wanna explore it. I want to pick it apart. I want to dissect it. I'm that guy in the back who's picking apart the frog and taking like very, very detailed notes. It's like, I want to know how this frog works, or I want to know how this grandfather clock ticks. You know, I'm that person. It's just with story and game design rather than, you know, like a machine or something. I get invested. I haven't logged into Final Fantasy in a while. I kind of have noticed that a little bit. Well, I'm looking for something. Hang on. Filter. I'm in Photoshop. Wait a minute. I'm not in Clip Studio. I'm looking for something that's in Clip Studio. I have my wires crossed as to the program I'm in. Oh, no. Oh boy, my wires being this crossed is not particularly a good thing. It's all sorts of confusion. Gonna drive myself mad. I do realize I have to also create a new one-shot, by the way. So I need to figure out what I'm gonna do for that, and then I need to plan that off stream. I kind of want, for this next one, I kind of want to ping VTubers that I know and see if I can get like a weird, crazy VTuber collab going for the next one shot. See what antics come from that, because you know that could only end in a couple of ways, and it's all beautiful, to be honest. But I would need to see who's up for that before I start planning, because like I would want to plan the game around who I've got for that one, I think. So I would probably, you know, ask around ahead of time. It's like, hey, who would be up for this? Who would be down for this? Who would want to do this? And see who's up and willing. I think it will be a good time though. I've been already thinking about wanting to do another one shot, but I think this is just like the perfect excuse. Is like, all right, well now you have to make one. Now you don't get a choice. Now you are obligated. But it's the good kind of obligation, so I don't mind. I feel like I've got the desk partially in the wall here. Yeah, I do. Let me pull that out. Heckin', gotta do this by pixels. Okay, there we go. And then I'm pulling out the more cushy chairs. These chairs spin, by the way. If nobody asks me tomorrow if these chairs spin, I'm gonna be sad. Because these chairs spin. There's gotta be somebody who walks up to one of these chairs and just starts spinning in them. So you've all done that at least once, right? You've walked into a spinny chair and you've just spun. You've just for the sake of spinning, you have spun. It's fun to spin. Spinning is a good time. Okay, so I need a crate and a tank. That's really it. I need crates and a tank, and I guess little doodads. But I have the doodads already, so. That's fine. Let me put in my little doodads really quick, and then I can go make. I'll start with the tank. I think. Actually, don't I have tanks? I made tanks for the top shelf one shot. I can pull those back out. Because those should still be serviceable. I don't remember where I put them. Okay, that's kind of the problem. I don't know where they ended up. I think I'll make new ones. That's fine. The ones in the one shot weren't particularly good, so I don't feel too bad about having to replace them, I guess. Maybe I'll put an extra chair in one of these storage rooms. Ooh, that would be good. Rather than it just being boxes, there's an extra cushy chair that somebody has stored away in one of these storage closets, so that what they used to do is they'd sneak their spinny chair and they'd swap it out for a big old cushy chair. It's like, yeah, I'm working on science, just laid back with their feet reclined with like a fruity drink in one hand. There you go. You know what? I'm gonna do it in this storage room. I'm gonna do it because this is the weird side storage room. It's outside of the security door. They're having to lug a chair through a security door. I mean, whoever hid this chair went through some serious effort to make sure nobody else would use this chair. They went through effort and a half to make sure nobody would use this chair. Respect. And then I'll add, I don't know, a knocked over empty cabinet. Sure. I'm still gonna make the box. Let's tilt it. This way. Okay, so storage room, empty hallway. Okay, so yeah, the tank's the biggest thing, because I can't substitute the tanks out for anything. Because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. So, yeah, hard to sub out 7 of those things. Okay, let me go ahead and go over to my display capture. Yep, nope, turn that off. Goodbye. At least for now, Photoshop. Don't worry, it'll return. Let me rename this folder. Crystal Doodad 3, and then new folder. I have made so many objects. It's like, what am I at now? What is this? Oh yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It's at least almost 20 at this point. Wow. I made these in a very short amount of time. All right. So let's see. Turn on my paper layer. Actually, Let's start with the small, the large one. Oh boy. I know how I want to do this, I think. It's going to be a bit weird. So let me start with this. And then I'm going to shrink by 150. I feel like this isn't going to work as well. Hang on, let me just pull the circle tool back out. This is not going to work as well. That's too small. Okay, that'll work. Let me actually go over here and change some of this up a little bit to more darker colors. And then in between, I really should have made a mask first. This is nasty. Okay, this is gonna be a bit rough. Actually, here we'll just do it like this. I can improvise this. I can improvise this. I have a way I can improvise this. This will be fine. Okay, and then grab this. It's not a perfect system, but it's going to hopefully work. Get rid of what's on the interior as well. So let me do this with the G pen. I'm trying to figure this out. It's because this is definitely a unique case. I can't really texture cheese this, if that makes sense. I kind of have to do this by hand. Okay, here we go. That's really close. Okay, and then I'm gonna go with yeah, definitely not perfect, but I think it gets the idea across. Let me do this. Ooh, not that. That's interesting. Well, I think I'll leave that just for a touch of interesting pieces on that one. All right, export single layer. Tank. All right, I guess I'll name it liquid tank, because tank could mean any number of things. Container tank, a tank tank. Tanking. Just saying the word tank could mean a million different things, so I guess, yeah, it's best if I be at least somewhat specific with what I mean. So wait, yeah, I can move this tank to this end of the room. And then this one's got to go right here. There are 2 tanks in here. Okay. The tanks are in place. Let's go. Let's go. I need to put my doors in as well. I'm feeling the now it's like I settled into a kind of a it's my emotions kind of drifting. It's like from tired to excited to tired to excited. I'm on a roller coaster right now. It's not help. I'm on a roller coaster. Oh, I also don't have the Photoshop layer enabled. By the way, this is how things look now after I added all the things. I'm losing track. Send help, please. My attention is slipping. This is not good. We've only been live 3.5 hours. I was live for 11 yesterday. Where'd my focus go? Art does weird things to me. It's a thing. I get very focused and intense and invested in what I'm doing, and then sometimes I'll get into mundane work and I'll get bored. Forgetting the fact that I need to be talking. You silly twin-tailed fool. You silly twin-tailed fool, you. It's all good, though. It's a learning experience. It's all about practice. It's all about practice. Repetition, right? The more I do this, the more I, like, force myself to be active and be engaging, you know? That's all this is. Okay, so I'm actually going to do something interesting with the door this time. I'm going to make this a bit simpler on me, where I'm going to do this, create a clipping mask. And these will be my doors. So I believe the Fungin laid out where my doors were. Yes, it did. So I will follow that guide really quick while I just quickly install a bunch of doors so my players can get around from location to location. It's always important to remember your doors. Are bigger or smaller schools better? Okay, that's an interesting one, actually. That depends on what you define big and small. Because I think any size of school can work if you have the staff to support it. If there's enough infrastructure in place, you can do anything. Granted, the bigger something is, the more things can slip through the cracks. So, and I went to a relatively smaller college, which I think helped. There was more focus on learning with students rather than, you know, bringing in, how do I put this? There was a lot more one-on-one with the students when I was working. A lot more collaboration. It was like everybody kind of knew everybody, which has its own benefits, I think. But at the same time, I know it's not ideal to have, you know, thousands of small schools. That can create its own logistical nightmares as well, like in the grander scheme of things. So it's hard to say. There's ups and downs for both. I guess I personally prefer going to a smaller school, just because, yeah, I get that my instructors aren't bogged down by trying to help, you know, 40 people. Which can be very helpful. It's like, all right, I need a question answered. I'm gonna ask a question. Which is nice. It's very nice to be able to just ask somebody a question and get an answer for it. And, you know, sometimes I'll have to wait. I would have to wait. But generally speaking, you know, it wasn't like I was waiting all day to have a single question asked and I couldn't get anything done because my instructors were occupied. And I think it depends on, like, there's so many other factors. You can't, it's not just like the size of the school, good or bad. It's like, yeah, but you can have a good school that is massive and also a good school that is small. And you can have the inverse as well. It all depends on, you know, the instructors, the leadership. There's a lot. There's a lot that goes into it. So, I think it's just a matter of each has their own challenges. And adapting to those challenges can be tricky. But hey, if you got it, you got it. I think it's just great when you can feel good about going to school. I feel like that's the real win right there. Like, whether you're going to public school or to college, if you feel good about going and learning something in an education system, I think the education system is succeeding at that point, at least for, you know, that individual. If you are having fun learning, you are in the right place for yourself. 100%. I mean, and maybe it's not even necessarily having fun, but like you're excited about what you're learning. You find it interesting. I think like that's important. It's definitely important to be able to love what you do. You know? Not get caught up in, you know, is this good for my future? Like, if you are happy doing what you're doing and learning about what you're doing, then you're in the right place for yourself. And that can always change. It's never going to be static, but you know, in that moment, if you are happy, it is good. And that's a heck yeah moment right there. So yeah, the answer is it's complicated, as are most things in the world. Nothing is ever simple, but that's life. That's how things are, and you know what? There's nothing really wrong with that. Things can be complicated. That's perfectly okay. Things are allowed to be complicated. Alright, what's the next one? Who was the last person you called? Okay, that's... Come on, this is a 2-second question. That's my dad. Oh, this twin tail dad. Come on, easy one. Does having a day off or a holiday decrease... Wait, does having a day off for a holiday decrease productivity at work? Okay. Okay, you're talking to somebody who's very interested in the games industry. So let me break something down here. Crunch time is bad. Generally speaking, there are times when it can help, but like usually you don't want it. You don't want crunch. And usually you don't have to deal with crunch. If a project is on pace and well timed out and well planned, like, you're not dealing with crunch. Because you want your artists and your programmers to go home, have a day off, rest, recharge, step away from a problem, and then come back to it. So I shouldn't gift you any candy bars, huh? Wait, what? Shouldn't gift me any candy bars? Wait, what? What do you mean candy bars? I mean, don't feel obligated to. This is all up to you, friend. But you want your workers rested. You want people to be rested, to be able to go home, rest, solve problems. And then it shouldn't be crunch time. Oh yeah. No. Oh, that's gosh freaking darn it. Yeah, Firehawk. Yeah, no, definitely don't give me any candy bars then. No candy bars. I feel like this is what a lot of studios don't recognize as that. And it's something I know from personal experience. If I am trying to beat my head against the wall trying to solve a problem, if I take even a day to step back, get some sleep, have some fun, come back to the problem, I fix the problem in 5 minutes. As opposed to the 5 hours I would have taken to beat my head against the wall. I don't know. And then I'm gonna be, more awake to solve other issues. It's me, you get a statement that makes you go, huh? What the hell is talking about? It's probably a setup line for a pun. Oh yeah, no, I definitely, I 100% should have seen that pun coming. I really should have seen that one coming. That was well played. That was well played. Well done. I need to go bigger with this line. What's the straight line at? It's at 5? Okay. How are you doing, Firehawk? How's life treating you? How you doing today? Let me get in a bit better so I can see where my lines are going. Let me hit multiply. Tone down the opacity a little bit. Actually, you know what? Hang on. I know what to do. I know what to do. And I actually want to delete this part of the line. Replace it. Replace the part of the line. Oh gosh, I didn't get the entire line in that. That's awkward. Hang on, let me just zoop. There we go, much better. As to what this sphere is, I won't say. Who knows? The reason I won't say is I know I'm streaming prep for the game tomorrow, and I know that the group likes to sit in stream, so I can't say what everything is. I have to hold some of the cards close to my chest, otherwise the players get spoiled. Some of these things need to be a surprise. Granted, I don't mind if they see the map, because seeing the map by itself doesn't really say anything. And besides, that group is chill enough that they're like, yeah, we've seen an entire map. Oh well. They'd still play it casual. Act like they have no idea what's going on. Actually, hang on. I wanna look at something. I wanna look up something. No, it's not here. Rest in peace. It's not creator safe. Big sad. I was looking for a song. It's like, can I play this? Can I play this? I'm in a mood for something, but nope. Big sad. Unfortunate. All right, next question. What is the most refreshing thing on a hot summer day? Gosh darn AC. Some gosh darn air conditioning. That's the most refreshing thing on a hot summer day. You cannot tell me otherwise. The perfect question to ask it right now. So many, I've seen so many people just going through the BS of dealing with summer's fudging ridiculousness. I just want to send a cool air to all of those people. Wishing I could, you know, or that, or drag them here. So it's like, listen, come enjoy this basement. Come enjoy this nice basement I'm in. No, this is, swear, it's not meant to be creepy. It's just that it's really freaking cool down here. That's a whole thing. I know it's getting ridiculously hot in a lot of places. I want people to be safe. I want people to be chill, you know. I hope they've got creative ways to stay cool and stay safe. It's my biggest concern. Like, even Typhon earlier, I was like, listen, man, please hydrate. Please stay safe. I know how dangerous the heat can get. I don't want to hear anything, you know, having happened or something. It's just, it would not be a fun time. All right. Go ahead and save this. Put this in the map. And then it'll be time to place some wires. Getting all wired up. I'm making an effort. All right, so let me go ahead and drop this in here. Resize this. Okay, cool. And then I forgot. I need to add another wall, technically. I need to get closer. Otherwise, I can't get the pixels selected I want. Okay, there we go. All right. So actually, I've technically got one more room over here, but how should success be measured? And by that measurement, who is the successful person you know? Oh boy, this is a question. I'm gonna need to get water after this. Actually, I'm 12 minutes from the end, so We'll go ahead and push through. So, success is a tricky thing to measure. I honestly, it's not something I think should, like, success comes in so many forms. It really does. Honestly, it's hard to give a measurement to that. It's like you're working, everybody's working towards their own personal goals. And everyone's in different stages of achieving those personal goals. I don't know. I'm just a fan of celebrating everybody's small wins in life. And, you know, they're working hard, achieving their goals. How does one measure success? Honestly, I think if you're like the smallest wins, you know, everything from getting out of bed in the morning to doing things to work towards your goals, I think is just a success. And there is somebody that I would consider the most successful person I know, but I'm not going to mention that. That's a difficult subject. But I will admit that the person I have in mind is the most successful person I know. For all the reasons mentioned, like just the smallest wins and being able to live your life and working towards how you want to live your life, that this individual is the most successful person I know. And it probably will take a lot for somebody to convince me otherwise. There's a lot of people who are like in that same vein though. So it's like, I guess you can't really compare. It's not a worthy comparison because everybody's successful in their own way. And everybody's success is valid equally. So it's, the last part I guess is harder to answer. And it's not a fair question, I want to say. Because it means somebody, like, obviously you could objectively say, you know, somebody's more successful than somebody else, but I don't see it that way. Sorry, I forgot to enable the Photoshop layer. That's my fault. I don't know. Everyone who's working hard is, and doing their best, I feel, is successful. Even if you're not there yet, if you're working towards it, like you are on the road, and that is a success in my mind. You don't have to be there to be successful. You are on the road, and the journey, I mean, we're all on the journey. That's success right there. If you have made it, you know, if you are set, then I guess you could say you are also, you know, quote, successful, but I don't know. You are, I don't know. It's just, everybody's successful in my mind. As long as you're working, you're doing your best, you know what you want to do, or even if you're trying to find what you want to do, you know, that's a win. Everything, all of that's valid. I know that's a very big, like, non-answer. That is a massive non-answer to the question. And I recognize that, but I feel like if I answer the question to a point, I will put somebody down. I will make somebody feel like, you know, what they're doing is not success. And it comes back to, I guess, the point I made at the start. It's so hard to define success. It's hard. Everybody's going to define success differently. And as long as you are successful in your own mind, you're successful. How's that for an answer? If you're achieving your own goals for success, you are successful. Or if you're, and in my mind, if you're on the road for that, you're successful. You don't have to be there. You're on the path. That works. Life's complicated. That's a great way of putting it. Life's heckin' complicated. What is the strangest app you have heard of or tried? Okay, now that, okay, here's a, there, we needed a silly question. There it is. There's the silly question. Freaking all of those ads that I see on Twitter of just these weird little games. That are like, yeah, dress up the person. What did I hit? Oh, it's because I'm hitting, I'm thinking I'm hitting A for airbrush, but that's not what it is. I'm silly. This is not Clip Studio. But the strangest app I've ever I don't think I've had, I avoid installing strange apps. Oh man, it's hard to say because like there's ones like where you're, it's just all the weird little mobile games that have been released that look like they've come out of like a game jam. Where it's like, yeah, I'm picking up items to extend my hair, and how long can I make my hair? Those are dress up Kiss dolls back in the 1990s, so it's not really unusual. I mean, yeah, I guess so. I know some folks are going to enjoy. Ah! Don't crop. Don't crop. Please don't crop. I guess some people are going to enjoy that more than others. It's just the way they're advertised, I guess, to make it look really weird. I guess I mostly just hear about, I mostly hear about game apps. And games are games. Some folks are going to enjoy some games, some folks aren't going to enjoy others, so. I'm trying to feel like if there's something else that's weird or unusual that I've heard of, and creepy is definitely the norm for this stuff. Oh, I see. Yeah, I guess anything creepypasta has been like the most unusual stuff I've heard of. I know that is definitely, I'm not calling it like bad. I want to make that clear, but it's like, it's for me, it's different. It's super unusual. It's a lot of, it's not my usual vein, given that I usually avoid horror at all. And I'm just like, what is all this? What is this? It's definitely, stuff like that's definitely like thought-provoking though, for sure. I guess that I would say creepy as in, wow, this is super perv in ways that are seriously uncomfortable. Oh, okay, yeah, no, that's those, yeah, Yep, yeah, okay, yeah. I don't think anything needs to be more needs to be said on that one. That's just, yeah, okay, I guess I understand that one. Yo, I once heard of this crazy bird app where people could like post these things called tweets. I don't know. I went on there a couple of times and I saw some really hot takes on a couple of things. It's just this weird app. I don't know. I don't know if I can recommend it to people. There's always been this really underbelly to the anime scene. Okay, so story time. Story time. Who's heard of the Neptunia subreddit? Or just like Neptunia in general? Because fun little fact of history. I used to be a moderator for that subreddit. In fact, at one point, I was the lead moderator for said subreddit. Boy, was that a mistake. You have my sympathies. First time in a leadership position. So I technically had management experience going into my management position in my current, you know, job. And yeah, it was, some of the stuff that I had to deal with was nightmare. Like the whole Reddit crackdown on, anime NSFW content of a certain variety that begins with an L. I was leading the moderation team during that period, and there was massive pushback whenever we tried to ban anything NSFW, and it was wild. We tried to find compromises. It was hard, and then all the drama that came with that. Having not been in a moderation position before, it was certainly difficult. I mean, I did organize an AMA with some developers, which was cool. I think that is, I will always point that as the highlight of that time in my life. But when the low point is almost being sued in a Canadian court for doing something that you're completely volunteering for, the position's not worth it at that point. The position becomes very much not worth it at that point. So yeah, I definitely have moved on from that since then. And no regrets about having done so either. Nep community toe, communicating with a few others, but there's seriously unpleasant parts of some. Yeah. It's unfortunate, I would definitely say. Because there are a lot of great things that come out of those communities, but like some people, it's like anything else. You just, with entertainment, you can take it seriously. Like you can be passionate about it. You can give serious critiques. You can, you know, fanboy out, but there is a line. There is even though I'm, you know, be critical, be passionate. That's how you create really good stuff. But there is a line into obsession that does not need to be crossed. That definitely should not be crossed, and unfortunately has been crossed in a few areas, which it does make me sad. But from what I can see, you know, since then, that has started to clean up a little bit. And I'm hoping things are just, you know, in general better for everybody in those communities as time is, you know, starting to move on and pass. There's a bit NSFW and slightly on Twitter VTuber communities is bad habit of taking some of the, yeah. NSFW, it's like anything else. If done with respect, everything's fine. But that's the hard part. And there's so many differing opinions on the subject. It can spark some fights. Which is unfortunate. What is this? What is this insanity? Moving on. But I can understand wanting to avoid that. Just like avoid the drama completely. I completely understand. Nobody needs more drama in their life. You know? Life is hard enough without anything extra being piled on top of it. Okay, there's one room left. I think I can finish this really quickly before I have to say dip. Don't do that. So let me go ahead and really quickly find what I'm looking for. Not the cushy chair. I was much a member of an early fanfiction mailing list. One of the first people to get involved in the widespread. I guess one of the first widespread discussion creation that was eye-opening on obsessions. Oh, I see. Eef. Long time ago, very different internet. That's fair. That's fair. A different era, I suppose. Yeah, I feel fortunate to have I feel fortunate to have experienced it and being able to walk away from it kind of knowledgeable about these kinds of things, like a little bit more, and be like, okay, this did happen. This was unfortunate. I have learned something. I think I ended up getting definitely a bit of a stronger backbone because of it. I'm still too nice sometimes, but sometimes the hammer gotta go down. It sucked, but you learned from it. You grew from it. Some of us do that kind of lesson. Others... Life, man. Heckin' life. Get back to talk to them a year or two ago, a decade later, they haven't grown at all. They're still the same twisted people. Yeah, unfortunate. It is what it is, but... yeah. Ugh. So, floor 2 is actually done. Let's go. I would love to continue, but I have to get ready for work. So that puts us down. I'm going to update the counter. So there are now 33 hours remaining. Work is important. Yeah, it's true. So, 33 hours left. So, will there be flowers on the next one? Flowers? Uh-oh, this is a setup, isn't there? Yeah, it should be a nice floor. Oh, well played. Well played. Oh, yep. Yeah, the setup was coming. So, I am planning on actually I'm gonna pass on going live at 1 in the morning because everybody's asleep. So we'll be back at 1 p.m. Pacific tomorrow for Echoes, and we'll go for another couple of hours on that. And yeah, I will just kind of Monday. I don't know Monday's schedule yet, so I'll kind of play it by ear. But you know, expect streams starting at 1 p.m. pretty much until we're done. Every day until we're finished with the subathon. So that's what you can pretty much count on. So yeah, let's go ahead and it's early enough in the day. Let's pass things along. Let's spread the love a little bit. Who is live at the moment? Good luck. Don't let work kill you. I will try not to get royally roasted by the grill. Do my best. Do my best. Oh, hey, AZ! AZ's doing Phasmophobia. Okay, I know who we're rating. I know who we're rating. I know who we're rating. This is an easy one. Meeting the grill of your dreams? Absolutely not. Those things are terrible. No. No. Absolutely not. Okay, so raid message. I feel like we can go for a raid message. Let's see. I need to remember which ones I have as follower emotes. Hang on. If I don't remember which emotes I have as follower emotes, it's gonna be really awkward if we appear in AZ chat with a raid message and it's like it doesn't work. No, that's not weird. That wouldn't be weird or anything. Yeah, hype is a free follower emote. So let's go with cheer. Okay. There's always Kappa too. True. All right, we're gonna go with the pun raid. Cool Cat Boy raid. Let's do it. All right, we need a hang on. We need a free. Oh no, Firehawk, do you not have a sub? Uh-oh. Don't have the sub. All right. Hang on. I got this. Oh, well, Firehawk, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Oh no, well, that's make that 34 hours remaining. All right, well, on that case, I'm still gonna give me a second. Let me prep a free version just in case here. Give me just a moment. Let me find an appropriate emote here. All right, there's the free version. All right. Well, with that set up, thank you all for watching. I will see you all for Echoes tomorrow for Dungeons and Dragons, where these maps will be put into use. Thank you all for showing up today, and I will see you all tomorrow. You're the best!